Bear with me, I'm setting up. Where's my joypad? Lost my joypad. Okay, I hope you can hear me. I'm playing this with I've got my PSVR headset on to play this. You can't see me because I'm not wearing a lot because it's hot. It's way too hot. So I'm sitting here, fans running. I'm wearing the headset because it picks up the audio better, and I've got multiple fans running in this room, which it would make it difficult for you to hear me because it just sounds like I'm sitting inside a jet engine. So I'm playing it with the headset on because the mic is a lot closer to me than the webcam. I do hope you can hear me. What are we playing? We're playing TT Isle of Man something something, can't remember. On the PS4. I played this for the first time last night. We're just doing a relatively quick race. It's 4 laps, apparently. Which when you're doing, oh god. We're gonna do it that view for a bit because as with a lot of these motorcycle racing games, it's difficult. It is really difficult. A first-person view. Oh god, a first-person view is very difficult with a motorbike. Much harder than when you're racing cars. And I've got to tell you, oh wow, playing this with a VR headset on. Yeah, it's not 3D. It doesn't matter. You got that massive screen in front of you and it looks amazing, and I'm gonna die. Oh god. Oh, that's not easy. Already I can see the screen is tilting. This is a thing that bugs me with with the PSVR and that's not what I wanted to do. Oops. Yeah. Actually, let me just get round there. We'll sit there now. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to recenter my screen. It's slightly tilted from my perspective. But yeah, this game with this headset on is great. You get, well, it's immersive. And when you've got this kind of scenery racing towards you, God. Yeah, okay. I have learned, don't give it full throttle right at the start, like when you've just got back on, because you will fall off the back of your bike. I love these little, the villages that you go racing through. They're great. In the countryside. I grew up in countryside like this. I've driven my car through countryside and ridden motorbikes through countryside like this. Not quite as fast as this. The fastest bike I had was the RS125, and that topped, oh god, that used to top out at about 72 mile an hour. Oh, bollocks. Hello from the Gold Coast of Australia. Hello, Jonathan James. Greetings, welcome. Welcome to the English countryside as I fly into the scenery. I'm good at that. Never actually flew into the scenery in the real world. I flew into the back of a bread van. Well, I didn't fly, I just kind of bumped into it. But that was in countryside like this. I will have a go at some first person riding. Actually, let's oh God almighty. That's pretty terrifying. I don't know what the difference is. Oh God, get back on the road. Oh, this is so hard. Yeah, oh God, that was me reading. Yes, 4 wheels is much easier in a game. Oh yeah, here we go. It's a little bit easier when you haven't got the screen in front of you obscuring your view, and on this massive great big virtual screen in front of me, this is majorly dramatic looking. But oh, it's really hard to see where you got to go and where you're going, and oh, it's disorientating with all the tilting and stuff. It's brilliant, but God, it's hard. Ooh, this is actually more like my riding experience on motorbikes, because I did have bikes with fairings, but a lot of the time I had bikes without fairings, and you know, I'd be sitting up well above the fairing anyway, so I didn't have the screen in front of me. So this is more like it. Hello Simone, greetings. Welcome to me riding very badly. Oh Jesus Christ. I've got a VR helmet on while I'm playing this, so I'm getting a real, you know, it's not VR, but it's very much in my face. Oh, I'm not in any way attempting to get a good score here. I'm just playing oh God, single race, a quick race, and by quick, really quite long. Hang on, let me pause it. When the bike seems to weirdly sway across the road when you turn instead of... yes, though what it does is realistic. I read a review of this game. Actually, no, it was of that other game I was playing, Ride 3, where the reviewer said, actually I didn't read it, I watched it, he said that the steering was laggy. But that's how it is on a motorbike. It takes a moment. You've got to lean it over before it even starts to turn. So you've got to think well ahead what you're going to do. Where with the car, you turn the wheel, the car turns. On a bike, it's just not like that. So that's why they're so much harder. And it's also why I'm really terrible on a motorbike. Because they take a lot more skill. And I'm not in possession of that skill. Not really. Just trying to follow the racing line, never mind actually pass anyone, is, oh my God, it's hard. It's really bloody hard. Because the moment you're off the line, it's not just a case of turn a little bit sharper and you'll be back on the line, because all of your angles have changed. And you'll veer across the line, but you won't be back on it necessarily, unless you really know what you're doing, which I don't. Because it's, oh shit. It's not just about pointing in the right direction, it's about going at the right speed as well. Oh. I love this. It is, oh god. I won't say it's easier to play this in first-person view than Ride 3 in terms of the bike handling and stuff. But because it's a whopping great big circuit with lots of straights, and I'm not concerned about where I finish in the race, you can... It's not so critical that you get it right, and you can still have a good game and have fun. Oh, which is what I'm doing. Oh. Ouch. Yeah, really, I'm not playing the objective. I'm just dicking about. But honestly, if any of you have got a PS4 and a PSVR, even though this game is not PSVR compatible in any way, there's no VR mode, this is totally worth playing with the PSVR headset on. It's brilliant. I should probably try Ride 3 with the headset on as well. I don't know how well the sound effects are coming across there, but here... Oh! The sound of the trees as you rush by, the whooshing sound in my ears is great. Oh god! I've booked my car into the... well, I haven't booked it in. I've booked it a slot at the garage. They couldn't see it until, or have it until next Wednesday. Just... There is a logic to my thought process here. I was talking about the sound of things rushing by. I noticed in my car, with the window down, when I go past stuff, the sound of the car is like reflecting back at me off of objects at the side of the road. And it's going, and the faster I go, the faster it goes, which suggests there's something wrong, either with the wheel or with the brakes. Maybe it's dragging a brake shoe or dropped a brake shoe. Oh god, brake shoe and the brake piston is rubbing against the disc. Something, but it shouldn't make that noise. So yeah, that's going into the garage. The sense of speed, I mean the graphics actually, the graphics are on the trees and stuff like that are good, and the lighting like that in the distance, the misting and stuff, atmospheric effects are good, the sunlight effects are good, the lens flare and all of that, the rays of sunlight as the sun's shining through the trees, all of that is really good. What is not good, next time oh god, when I come up to a village where here we go, this, when you go through little villages and towns, it is really sterile. It's kinda, it looks a little bit like an Android game from a few years ago. Granted the textures are a bit better, but I don't know, the buildings don't really, and the people, they're all a little bit basic. But when you're flying along at 1 billion miles an hour, you don't really notice that. But my first go on this, there's a free roaming mode, which is great. I don't know how many places it will let you free roam. When I turned it on, the first place, the only place it would let me free roam was Ireland, and it was pretty. But there were, you know, I found myself going through quite a few villages, and it was all a little bit basic looking. This is nicer. Oh God. This headset's making me sweat now. There's sweat dripping off the tip of my nose, so it's tickling. That's not good. It is that hot in here, it's unbelievable. Even with, I've got 3 fans running. You probably can't hear them over this. It's why I'm using the headset. That, and you don't want to see a 52-year-old man in his I'm not actually, I've got jeans on, but I'm shirtless. I spent much of yesterday playing video games, literally in my underwear. So there was no stream yesterday because no one wants to see that. 3D Death Chase as an... Yes! I didn't know Clarkson lived on the Isle of Man. I tell you what, I tried watching that Clarkson's farm thing, and I probably watched about 10 minutes of it and I had to turn it off. It was excruciating. I really enjoy watching him being a twat in a car. It's great. There's no one that, oh God, oh, no one does car shows like him. But put him on a farm and have him running it. You know, he's got livestock there that need looking after a certain way, and it's... What I saw was an insult to farmers. And, you know, I know it's all done in the name of comedy and everything, but it's still real life as well, and maybe it got better, maybe it has some value that I missed because I only watched 10 minutes of it. But what I watched, I can't get that 10 minutes back. It really bothered me. Oh, get back on the road. Best rated show, wow. Well, oh God, it doesn't surprise me. This is a country that elected Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, so that show could be the top rated. Yeah. Any other angle? Yes. Oh. Oh, God, oh. You see, this is the most authentic one, but it's difficult. Oh, actually, it only just occurred to me. This is totally the most authentic one, because what it's doing is what I do, and I imagine what other motorcyclists do. Okay, the bike is leaning over and stuff, but when I ride a motorbike, I tilt my head so the horizon doesn't tilt. And that's what's happening here. The horizon is staying horizontal, as horizons do. Oh, and I've got sweat dripping in my eyes now, and I can't see. Damn it. Hang on, I've got to pause. Oof. That seems like an opportune moment. Oh, damn it. Oh. That's stinging. Crashing into a wall probably stings a bit as well. Of course, now I've taken my glasses off, and bear with me. Got to wipe me VR lenses and my glasses. Everything's smeared. I can't see. Okay. Putting headset back on. Oh, there's a knack to putting this thing on without oh, I can't see what it said there. Oh, bear with me. Yeah. Yeah, because you tilt your head, the horizon stays horizontal. I don't know, this might, oh dear, might be playable. Oh, not if I do that. We'll try it like this for oh god, oh god, oh god almighty, oh. That didn't work so well. This is more difficult like this, oddly, than that other first-person view. It's more realistic, but oof, yeah, that's not working for me. We're going with this. Warning from history was Clarkson. I don't know what that is. It's really difficult to do this and read what people are saying, hence why I pause from time to time. It is one of those where take your eyes off the road for a fraction of a second and you're into the hedge. Love the way it lifts the wheel on this. That's something it doesn't do on Ride 3. Though I did have Ride 3 set on like really stupidly easy mode, with all the rider aids turned on, so it had traction control and all of that on. So, whoops, detour. Yeah, it's quite possible I would like Forza Horizon 4, but I don't have a Xbox, whatever it runs on, One, I guess. I haven't got one of them, and I'm not likely to get one. I am so PlayStation fanboy, to be honest. Could be a helicopter. Yeah, quite. I can barely fly a drone. Ooh, whoops. Is it on? No, I've got the webcam off because I'm shirtless and you don't want to see that. And I've also got my VR headset on, so you just see an old geezer with no top on with a helmet, you know, a headset on. It's, you know. You're not seeing my magnificent physique. I'd have to charge for that. Oh! Who put that fence post there? Oh God. Yes. Yes. Shirtless Patreon level. Not sure what I'd have to set that at. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I thought the heat was breaking on Friday, but yeah, Thursday will do quite nicely. I like a bit of heat, but not this much. Mind you, last night I had 2 fans set up in my window, like the window wide open, and 2 fans set up to blow the once the air had cooled off outside, they were blowing the air into the room and I woke up at about 4 a.m. shivering. I was cold, which was a refreshing experience after this weather. Yesterday I spent a bit of time gaming yesterday, and yes, I was in my underpants all day. From the moment I got home from Joe's in the morning until I went to bed, I was not wearing a whole lot because too hot. Oops. Whoops. Oh God. I would like to see that. Speaking of wearing appropriate attire. Hello, Eugene. Oops. There were lots of motorcyclists out on the road last week when Joe and I went to Bakewell, and most of them, oh God, were very, very sensible. But we did see this two guys on a, well, it wasn't a motorbike, it was one of those like big mopeds, scooter, whatever, but not your classic scooter, more like one of those Peugeot things, in shorts and t-shirts. Oh, and I cannot understand the mentality of anyone who will get on a motorbike of any kind, even a moped, don't care what the weather is, do that in t-shirt and shorts, and they must be insane. No concept of what will happen if they come off. I can't tell if the mistiness is because I'm fogging up inside my helmet, or if it's the weather. I think it's the... Whoa! It makes some great noises when you crash. I think it was like the rear tyre scraping along the road while the rest of it was airborne. Having a VR headset on while playing this, it adds to the realism, because the view you get in one of these headsets and the physical sensation is not unlike having a motorbike helmet on. Oh, oh, oof. It's great that you see parts. Hello, Faulty Cog. What was I saying? Yes, you see bits of the bike go flying. What I would like to see is parts of the rider go flying. You know, see a dismembered head or legs or whatever go flying into the scenery as you get beheaded by a barbed wire fence or something. Okay, Simone. See you soon. No, I haven't even done one lap yet. They call this a quick race. We're doing 4 laps of the island. Hang on, pausing to read that. Yes, it is very, very, very in your face. It's not VR. It's just a very, very big screen in front of me inside the VR helmet, if you know what I mean. It's immersive enough to be well worth wearing the headset for. 3D would be nice. Because what you get with this, you're not losing the resolution, which is what happens when you play in VR. It's like, oh god, I've got Drive Club VR and the loss of resolution. It makes it very, very fuzzy when it's in VR. So in some ways it's actually better like this without the 3D. Quick race way. It would be a very quick race if it didn't let you get back on the bike. Actually, I think it would. Yes. The first. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Oh. Bit of pinball there. Oh god. Oh crap. Bit of off-roading there. And I think we're on some kind of YZF6R something. Don't know. I've lost the track. Where's it go? Not that way. I'm lost. I don't know where I'm going. That way. Okay. I know a place in Milton Keynes that looks like that. Oh! Every 200 yards. Have you seen Mark Higgins race the Subaru rally car? No, I haven't. I haven't watched any. I haven't watched any rallying or anything like that for ages. Wipeout Isle of Man edition. Yeah, kinda. There's an element of that. Yeah, it's the quick race isn't very quick, and that's a good thing. Oh, whoops. I have only once wheelied a bike significantly. The unfortunate thing about that was I had someone on the back. They were thankfully holding on very, very tight because, yeah, they could have fell off. It really because I wasn't used to having someone on the back. So I pulled away as I would have normally pulled away, and the extra weight on the back caused the front to lift, and yeah, I apologised to them profusely for nearly killing them. Yeah, I think having to run and pick up your bike would be good. It is kind of a shame that it drops out of first-person view when you see all the bits go flying. You see the rider go flying. It would be nice to go flying through the air first person. Get up, run to your bike. Never mind, like, am I okay? Are my bones broken? No, it's my bike! Let me get on a straight-ish, and I'll read. New Road Rash game, Road Rash Redemption. I haven't played it. I've seen video clips of it, and it looks decent, but for some reason not enough to make me want to buy it. Soul leaves your body. Yes. Okay. Oh, we're actually on lap 2. I hadn't noticed. Though I recognise that church spire. Oh, God. It's... The thing about this, because you've got nice, big, long straights like this, it does encourage you to go flat out. I mean, the cautious rider and driver in me, especially since I've been driving a car, I'm a lot more cautious in a car than I ever was on a bike, which is kind of backward really. I should have been cautious on a bike, but yeah, these days I play a game like this and I want to be careful, but this game just makes you want to go flat out, which is great because the experience of racing down like these lanes with buildings and trees either side of you, it is visceral, I think is the word. Oh my God. Having the fans on here in here is nice as well. I've got a like significant airflow coming past me, which seems quite fitting. Oh God Almighty! I bounced off the wall then. Ow. It's easier than doing the Nürburgring. I did the Nürburgring on Ride 3 yesterday for the first time. And while I can do it in Gran Turismo fairly adequately on a motorbike, trying to keep up with the other riders, I just had no chance. Well, the only way I'm making progress in that game is souping up, like buying the fastest bike available and souping it up to the maximum possible, and then making as like lots and lots of use of the rewind feature. So if I don't take a corner perfectly, I rewind and have have another go. Oh God. Which is totally cheating. It's not sporting, it's not playing the game as it's meant to be played, but it's like, to make progress, it's the only way I can do it. So I'm not having as much fun with that game now as I was. The earlier levels, I was marginally competitive. I didn't need to keep using the rewind all the time, but it's, oh God, it's got harder now, and so I have to cheat, so it's not so... Hello, freaky deaky dude. Greetings and welcome to me crashing. Oh, nearly again there. Yes, that's what I was going to say earlier and then distracted myself while waffling. First time I played this yesterday. Probably the short... Yeah, distracted myself again. It would be a quick race if you... like, race ended when you crash. My first go involved me on the starting line, giving it a full throttle away from the line, wheelied it, fell off. So my first race would have lasted about a second. Literally, I fell off on the start line. What's my dream car? I have two. At one time I would have just said Ferrari 328 GTS, and I still think that's the most beautiful car ever made. I mean, yes, that, oh God, a modern hot hatch could probably outrun it now, but I don't care, it's all about what it looks like. But given the option, and this again, it's partly the looks, performance is impressive as well though, is the Pagani Zonda. I think they are, it's a different kind of beautiful. It's outlandish. It's like a rocket ship. It's some kind of rocket ship from 19 whatever 20s 30s Flash Gordon. Yep, thank you. I mean, Pagani have made other cars since that. The Huayra, what the hell? Their newer cars, performance is better, I guess, but they just don't look as good. They look more conventional, and that's a shame. Oh, 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 balls. Putting my feet on the bed in front of me. We're on... We might be on a YZF Yamaha, but I'm sitting like I'm on a Harley Davidson. With me feet up on the tank. using normal controller. Can use motion. I've got no idea if you can use the gyros. I don't. That's an interesting thought. Doesn't appear. No, it doesn't seem like you got. Do they still call them 6-axis controls? Do they still have that? Don't know. Good morning, Dub. Greetings and welcome. I do watch the Grand Tour. I love it. New one coming out in 9 days. Excellent. The last time I used something with like tilt controls to steer was on Mario Kart Wii, and I thought this would be great, but in reality it actually wasn't. It wasn't precise enough, but then the Wii controller isn't that precise a thing, so yeah, I don't know if the 6-axis controls on these things, if they still have tilt controls on board. I don't know if they'd be better or not. It is the kind of game that would lend itself well to that if it worked. Hello, Andy Kutruzas. Apologies if I'm completely mangling your name. And hello, Greg Best. Down. That's a North Coast 500. Well, that'd be cool. I think I remember hearing about that when they were making it. I look forward to seeing that. It's something I've never been to Scotland, and I would like to. I would like to drive around. I mean, the roads in the Highlands are meant to be a really great place to go just for driving. So I imagine I'd enjoy that. I do. Oh God. Until very recently, I would have said I don't like driving. And as far as town driving goes, and pootling from, say, Worksop to Chesterfield or whatever, town to town. I don't like driving, but I did discover when going to Christchurch the other week. Country lanes. I love driving country lanes where, you know, there's not much traffic and what there is isn't going very fast. I don't like fast driving, but I do love just Sunday driving down country lanes where you can enjoy the scenery, and it's fun. So I think Scottish roads in the Highlands, I would probably like that. Pausing again. Need for Speed for the PS1 with the steering wheel. I had, the best game I played with a wheel was, I had a Mad Cat steering wheel on the PS2? No, it was on the PS1. Yeah, and I was playing V-Rally 2 on the PS1 with the Mad Cat's wheel, and that was really good. That was impressive and fun, and it's the last time I really got on well with the wheel. I had a force feedback wheel for my PS3 for Gran Turismo 3, no 4, and it didn't work right. I hadn't got a wheel that was well calibrated for that game. So the force feedback was cool, but full throttle never gave full throttle, so that was annoying. I had to push the buttons to get full throttle because the pedals didn't do it. Oh God. Watching the master. Well, I can only apologize, David. Eek! I'm providing educational content on the dangers of riding motorbikes without a helmet and reading whilst riding a motorbike. Don't read and ride. Never mind read and write, don't read and ride, it's not safe. It boggles my brain that there are some people who will drive a car and text while they're driving. I've actually watched someone do it, and it's like, how utterly irresponsible and completely disrespectful of human life in general that they would do that. Oops! I crashed. And I wasn't even texting. Oh! God. God almighty. I think I actually hit the wall there. Well, that was still only on lap 2. Been going for 48 minutes. Oh! Oh! Oh, crap! I didn't know that. It's good that they do that. Though, I suppose fair enough if they've got something that will read the text as well. Read it out to you. Personally, I never use my phone while I'm driving, hands-free or otherwise. It's like, I don't like to talk while I'm driving. Definitely don't want to talk on a phone. If my phone rings while I'm driving, I ignore it. Oops. Oh, unsighted myself there. Love the mist effect. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've got to wonder at the sanity of anyone who would race a motorbike around the Isle of Man. I mean, it seems insane doing it like this. Trying to read and ride. It's not working. Yeah, do it riding like this. It seems absolutely insane to go at this speed on streets and roads like this. And yet they actually do it. You know, it seems crazy in a video game, and they do it in real life. It boggles my brains. I know they usually have 1 or 2 deaths every year when they do it, and it's like, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised they're allowed to do it. No, I wouldn't. Not in a million years would I try this. I poodle around at 30 mile an hour, no problem. But I don't know what speeds I'm getting up to. I'm not even. Ooh! God, how did I do that? I'm not even looking at the speedo because I have to look away from the road. I'm doing 100 there, and it's not. Ooh. Yeah, well, that's the thing. On a racetrack, you've got runoff. You see them crash in a MotoGP, and if they're lucky, they just slide. If they're unlucky, they roll, but they will roll into the gravel. Here, you know, you've got stone walls, you've got raised curbs, you've got trees and posts and people. It's mental. You just hit one of them and you're going to get ripped in half. I haven't actually looked to see if it's got a setting to change what the speed's displayed in. Probably. Yep. It would hurt a lot. I've never broken a bone yet. I hope to keep it that way. Which is why I keep my motorcycle riding to video games. I like this effect, the racing line indicator thing. I think it's clever. The way when it's saying brake, it's raised. It's like there's no... On Ride 3, the racing line thing is always flat on the road, and sometimes you get to a bit of the track where the sun is reflecting off the track and you literally can't see the racing line, and you're already on it by the time you notice it's red and you should be braking, where with this it stands up, and only when you're going slow enough does it drop down, and I think that's clever. $258 deaths. I don't want to feel these crashes. I tell you what though, AR is the future, and I look forward to it. Your sat nav will display in front of your eyes. So you'll be driving your car and you'll have like a HUD everywhere you go. Your sat nav will appear right in front of you, and it will overlay it on the road like this racing line, and it'll tell you literally which lane you need to go in, coupled with like radars and sensors and whatnot on your cars. It'll tell you how to get around this car at this junction or whatever, you know, if there's traffic. It'll give you the best route. It's going to happen. I've been predicting it for not quite a decade, but the technology is already there. All it needs is a company with the balls to just make the damn thing. And the thing is, it doesn't just need to be for driving. Facebook and all of that, being intrusive as it is, and social media and all of that lot, it'll reach a point you'll be walking down the street and you'll have your your AR headset on, and you will see the names or screen names or nicknames or whatever of the people walking around you, and maybe some kind of status. Oof. Like, I don't know, a status that says, "Don't talk to me, sod off." That would suit me nicely. Crap. I'm wary of self-driving cars at the moment. Because the technology isn't there yet. It's getting there. I think by the time they have mastered it, then I will want it, because by then I will be of an age where I'm not safe enough to drive anyway. I'll be too old. So yeah, but I figure by the time I hit 70, I will not want to be driving. My eyesight will be too shot, my brain won't be able to process things quick enough. I wouldn't be a safe driver. So yeah, if I could have a self-driving car by that time, and they made them affordable, gimme. Google Glass. I don't know. I don't know if it was a head-up display by its very nature, but it wasn't AR. I don't know to what degree it had things like a built-in sat-nav and other stuff like that. But it was flawed. It didn't really work. It was projecting a display onto a piece of glass that was in front of your eyes. The kind of AR I see as working, it won't work in that way. It won't be projecting anything. What you see will be like this PSVR headset I've got. It will be screens. You'll have screens in front of your eyes, super high res, and there'll be cameras built into the headset, pretty much where your eyes would normally be. And you will be seeing the world through a pair of cameras. Super high resolution, so you won't really see the difference between that and your own vision. And I mean, you could zoom in. You could have like super zoom vision. I suppose there will be some... They'd need to make it very wide angle, because like you see by looking around and moving your eyes, where cameras won't move as you... Let me pause. Yeah, having a subscription thing for driver assist, oh god, it's like software as a service. Don't like that at all. I'm very much, you should buy it and you own it. None of this subscription stuff. Ghost camera kind of AI. I don't know what you mean. Do I believe that a Tesla is floating in space? Very probably, yeah. I'm not one of these conspiracy theorists who thinks all of this stuff is like... I think the moon landings happened. I think they did shoot a Tesla into space, yeah. I've been talking about my thinking on the whole billionaire space program things on Twitter today. I'm like very much in favour of what Elon Musk is doing, But I think what Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos, or however you say his name is, they're just dick swinging. I don't favour what they're doing. They're just showing off. It's just a bloody great big ego trip. And there are much better things they could do with their money. Oof. If you're not looking through the camera screen, you don't get the HUD. I still don't follow you. Yes, absolutely. I think the SpaceX thing, it goes up, it comes down, it lands. Technology, it's a marvelous thing. I'm pretty convinced there's a moon, yes. Technology is a marvelous thing, and when it's backed by huge amounts of money, yeah, I think they can achieve some incredible things. And I think Elon Musk is doing exactly that. Use AR. You're thinking of, you need to augment yourself as well. No, I'm not talking about augmenting yourself. I'm talking about you wear a headset that has got, it's like a PSVR headset, but it's made much smaller, so it looks like a chunky pair of glasses. They already make VR headsets that are that small, but it's got a pair of cameras in it as well. And so you're seeing the world through those cameras projected onto the screens that are part of the headset. You're not altering yourself, you're just bunging on a chunky pair of glasses, and you see the world through that, but because of all the processing and stuff that's in it, you can overlay stuff. You can see the world, but also put, text and graphics and stuff like that onto it. Bezos and Branson, what they're doing is dick swinging. They didn't even go into space. They went into they're not even in orbit. What Branson did isn't even internationally recognized as space. And what they're doing, they did better than that 50 years ago. There's the potential for improving technology a little bit, but really they're just playing catch up. And it doesn't impress me. It's just, think of all the other things they could be doing with that money. What Elon Musk is doing is impressive. I mean, his objective, let's go to Mars. What these two have just done is like, hey, let's do something they did 50 years ago. Tell you what, use the money, feed people. There are people starving. They're just showing off. Oops. Yeah, they didn't. They weren't even in orbit. They were outside of the atmosphere. That's it. That Neil deGrasse Tyson geezer, he made this observation. You could have the experience they had, the weightlessness, while you go into the vomit comet. They could see the night sky. Whoop-de-doo, wait till night time. Don't spend billions of dollars to have the experience you can have by sitting in your garden at night. They couldn't even see the curvature of the Earth from the altitude they reached. You know, he was a little more generous in his view. You know, it's like he's not going to knock anyone for trying because new technologies can come out of it. But at the moment, they're not doing anything that's especially impressive or groundbreaking or that wasn't done 50 years ago. Oh, let me have a read what's being... Oh, flat Earth is absolute nonsense. Yeah, don't. Yeah. I could say an awful lot about healthcare. The British... No, we're going to get into politics here, and I don't want to... Oh my God. Things like feeding people and keeping them healthy and all of that should come before vanity projects. What Elon Musk is doing is not a vanity project, and I think it has value because we need to get off of this planet as a species because we've broken it and it's not going to get better. You know, it's... Oh, flat earthers. Anti-vaxxers to me are as bad as flat earthers. In fact, worse, because at least flat earthers aren't hurting anyone. Anti-vaxxers have blood on their hands. I'm saying no more than that. I was going to say something else about something else and I've forgotten what it was. Oh well. Oh. Oh. I have been vaccinated. I've had both jabs of the AstraZeneca. And I'm very thankful for it, because where I work I come into contact with a lot of people who those people come into contact with a lot more people, and it's not an especially safe environment. I had a headache for 3 days, though I actually think that headache wasn't caused by the vaccine. I think the headache was psychosomatic. I was stressed, worrying that I might get side effects. And because I got stressed, my blood pressure went through the roof. And because my blood pressure went through the roof, I got a headache. And it was a very, specific kind of headache, one that goes with high blood pressure. I don't think the vaccine caused that at all. The second jab, I didn't get any side effects at all. But yeah, I think what I had was psychosomatic. The Delta variant is very, very scary because it's spreading like wildfire, and it's no respecter of borders, class, culture, you name it, and even if you've been vaccinated you can still get it. In fact, there is a misunderstanding of how the vaccine works and how vaccines in general work. They don't stop you getting COVID, they stop you from dying. They prime your immune system so your immune system can do the job, but you catch COVID, and the thing is, we're one mutation away from the vaccines not working, and of course all these people who are out there without masks, mixing and mingling and going to nightclubs and not being safe, it's a factory for COVID mutations. I tell you what, you find me any evidence. There are very, very, very few people have died from taking the vaccine. That's true. A very, very, very few people. You're talking 100, even a couple of hundred, out of how many million? Anyone who tells me it's not safe to take a vaccine, I have absolutely no respect whatsoever. They either don't understand the science, they don't understand the maths, or they're just a fucking idiot. So don't come at me with any of that bullshit, because I've got no time for it. Excuse me. It makes me angry. So don't spout it in here. Good call, Richard. I would love a chilled can of beer. Here's the thing, my thinking on the vaccine, I don't support it being compulsory. There are human rights to be considered, civil liberties and all of that lot. Yep, fair enough, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, the people who choose not to have a vaccine need to accept that limitations may be put on their activities. If you've not had a vaccine, should you be allowed in a nightclub to mingle with lots of other people? So you might create a variant that can get past the vaccine and kill billions? Bollocks to that. Get a vaccine or stay home. How realistic does the game feel? Well, I'll tell you what. I'm playing it with a VR headset on, and it is breathtaking. It is really, really, really good. There are different views that are more realistic, but they make it a lot harder to play. I'll demonstrate since we've got quite a few people. The thing is, Jolie, that safety decision doesn't just affect the people who are choosing not to have the vaccine. It affects all the people they come into contact with. So if they decide, I'm not going to have a vaccine, they might just be, they might be fine, but they might kill the other people in a supermarket. It's not just about personal responsibility, it's about all the other people around you. I haven't played the first game in this series, no. It's only the second time I've played the game at all, but I wasn't even aware of the early version. Anyway, I want to get off of the COVID topic and the vaccine topic, because people will always disagree, and the subject, it makes me angry. And I don't want to be angry. Am I on lap 4? I'm not even on lap 4 yet. Hello, John. It is, with the VR helmet on, even in 2D, it's very immersive. The kind of view you're getting is the kind of view you would get with a motorcycle helmet on. And the physical sensation of having the helmet, the VR headset on, it's very, very similar. That pressure of the thing on your nose and around your face and stuff. I'm not getting the G-forces, I'm not getting the broken bones when I fall off, but Yeah, Jolie, what I said earlier. Bear with me. Oh, apologies, Jolie. Yep. Quite right. I misread that. Greg, what I said earlier. That. We're leaving the we're going to leave the COVID topic alone, because for your flight sims. I used to like flight sims on the Amiga back when they were the best way to get a 3D. Well, we wouldn't want that, would we? Not unless you were buying me a pint. Oh wow, that bit. Oh God. Yeah, quite. Oh, I can hear the crowd roaring there. First flight simulator I ever played was on the ZX81. It was very, very basic, but I did enjoy that. And I mean, the graphics on it were really, really basic. Yes, anyone who rides like this in a location like this. Hello, Steve. Oops. I've got a few Amigas. I need to fire up my big one. Oh. Okay, we lost the audio there. The engine audio, which is curious. Oh God, I didn't know that could happen. Well, no wonder we lost the engine audio. I ran out of fuel. Oh, that's... where do we pit? The Amiga was the best computer for a while. And then they just sat on their laurels and let the PCs overtake them. And then the PS1 happened, and that was it. Game over. Okay. I had no idea you could refuel. Let's go somewhere else. Do you know I sucked at Sensible World of Soccer? Yes, I have finished. I've finished the main storyline of Cyberpunk. I didn't do all of the side missions or any of that. Where are we going now? Don't know. But we're going there anyway. Castle Ring. How big are these circuits? Ah, okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that one. 22. We'll do that one. Yeah, the ST had a slightly faster CPU. I wonder, do I really want to ride that? I mean, it would be slower, I guess, and slower might potentially be better in my case, but I wonder what it'll handle like. Yeah. I mean, there is a free roaming mode where you just pootle around Ireland, but I found it kind of the lack of an objective. There was no urge to go fast. Okay. Quick race. Not very quick race. I don't know how this will compare. The TT circuit is brilliant because of all those country lanes with the trees by the side. I don't know what this will be like. Hello, Richard. You've missed me crashing a lot, flying into the scenery and getting irate about COVID. Okay, I'm hoping this is going to be slower. Not much slower, it would seem. What are we? Very much normal service, yes. My favourite flight sim on the Amiga was Knights of the Sky, which is like World War I biplanes. And I liked it because it was slow. You had time to like get into position behind the enemy and shoot at them, where with later ones it was like, look, there's a dot in front of you, fire a missile at it, and you barely, you know, there wasn't dogfighting. Was like blink and you'll miss it, where Knights of the Sky you were dueling and you had time, which made it more fun. And I'm the same with racing games, basically. I prefer the slower. I prefer the slower ones. You have time to think about it. Maybe that's just because I'm old. I'm getting there. Ooh, tank slapper. Pausing. What do I think of the recent UAP revelations from the US military that UFOs are real? Honestly, I don't know. Just because the military says something is real doesn't necessarily mean that it's real. I haven't seen... I've seen, like, camera footage from planes of things that are purported to be UFOs, and they look weird to me. The way they move, the way they look, I've not seen anything at all that's convinced me that there are UFOs. Having said all of that, I have, with my own eyes, seen something that I couldn't explain that seemed to defy the laws of physics, where this was back when I still lived in Worksop, still lived with Andrea. I was sitting in the back garden at night, having a fag, staring at the stars, when I saw 3 lights Oops! In the sky. That's a hot air balloon. I saw 3 lights zooming in. 2 of them went in a particular direction, and 1 went in the same direction, and then all of a sudden, in a manner that is physically impossible, went off in a completely different direction. What I couldn't tell was how high they were. The dots were... They looked like stars. You know, they were that small a dot. Bright stars. I couldn't tell how high they were, but one of them did something that stars don't do. And, you know, not shooting stars. I couldn't see, even if it was like it skipped off the atmosphere and went back up, it couldn't have done it at the angle that this thing seemed to do. It was a very, very sharp angle. It wasn't something coming down, then bouncing and going up. It was like it almost went back the way it came. And I don't see how that's physically possible. Through a glow stick? No. No. Oops. But, you know, having seen that, I can't say that was UFOs, that was alien spaceships, that's evidence of intelligent life out there. Can't say that. All I can say is I saw something that to me seemed very strange and I can't explain it. I think bikers would, people who, oh God, motorcyclists would enjoy this, I think, especially with the headset on. Oh wow, this bike is a lot. Ooh. It's a lot less stable than that thing I was riding a little while ago. Which I think it makes it... Ooh. Eek. Wow, I just went right through him. Not quite then. Oh! Oh. On me face. Phoenix Lights allegedly had a... The thing about things like that, and I'm not sure that I've seen the footage that you're describing, but you can have, like, meteorites breaking up, so you get a whole load of lights in the sky, and if they're coming towards you or away from you, rather than across in front of you, they will appear to stay still. So, there are a lot of things that people see and they're like, UFO, and I look at the footage and I'm like, no, there are a dozen ways of explaining that. I'm very, very skeptical. Unexplained things, which doesn't mean I'm convinced that there could be aliens, but that would be the last explanation for most things, to my mind. Road Rash is a classic. I like the very first Road Rash on the Mega Drive. I'm not actually a fan of Road Rash 2, even though a lot of people prefer it. It's because of the music. I prefer the music on the first Road Rash. And I like Road Rash on the PS1 and the 3DO. At least the 3DS then. They should make Road Rash for the 3DS. That would be good. Watch Westall 66. Yeah, I know the 3DS is retired, but so are a great many systems, and they still make things for them. So, yeah, the store might be shut down, but, you know, you can still put games on them if they're jailbroken. I've got a jailbroken 3DS. Thank you, Mark. Oh God, that guy is going to hate me. I keep running into him. Oh, we're on lap 2 already. This is not nearly as long as racing the island. Oh Jesus. Oh God, I think it scraped the foot pegs then, and it actually made the sound of scraping the foot pegs, which is impressive. In your 40s, young whippersnapper. Oh, to be in my 40s again. And it looks, either that's a white balloon or there are 2 moons. What planet are we on? No, I think that's a balloon. There's a... Oh, that's... I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Hello, Malk. Greetings. Welcome. Oh, the devil... Oh, oof. Dead. That's how I am. If you can't identify it and it's flying, it's not you. Well, yes. That's the thing, isn't it? Unidentified flying object as opposed to spaceship. Oh. I have died many times. In this game, you would expect that. Oh, jeez. I love the way when you crash, before you actually come off, you oh God, the frame rate and everything about it is that good and detailed and whatnot, and the physics that cool that you can feel the bike breaking away underneath you. You know, you get the tank slapper, you get it going sideways, you know you're going to fall off in a fraction of a second, but it does it in a really detailed way that's very satisfying. You know exactly how you're going to break all your bones and die before it happens. Oops. No pain, no gain. Yay. That's great. I don't know if that's the first trophy I've ever won for crashing, but it seems appropriate and the kind of trophy I should have. That sunlight effect is great. Definitely enjoying playing this in this view. Yesterday when I was playing it in third person view. I might be faster in third person view, but it is a lot more fun like this. I don't know which... This is definitely a better game for just prattling about. In terms of actual racing, oh, I don't know. If I had to choose between this and Ride 3, I don't know which I would choose. That is a more involved game with a lot more stuff. More bikes, more tracks, more tuning options. I don't know if there are tuning options here. That has more of everything. That is a Gran Turismo with motorbikes. This, on the other hand, I think it's actually more fun. It's, you know, get on a bike, ride like a lunatic, enjoy the scenery, enjoy the speed. Don't worry too much about what the other bikes are doing. It's easier. Costs more though. Oh! And to answer what 9EG was saying, asking, oh god, oof, earlier, I haven't played any of the current recent MotoGP games. I've played, I think it's MotoGP Mini or Lite or something or other on the PS3. That's the most recent one I played, and I didn't really like it. Typical motorbike thing in that I couldn't, the handling of it was a little more realistic than I wanted, so I couldn't keep up. I couldn't be competitive, and that made it not fun. And there's an element of that with Ride 3. This thing, it doesn't matter if you're not competitive, you just do what I'm doing here, and it's fun. Oh, I love the RD350 LC. Though, given the choice between an LC and a YPVS, I would go for the YPVS. I agree with you there, Steve. I've got the GBA version of MotoGP, and it is fun. Actually, I think I've got a half-decent MotoGP game on the PSP as well, and I think that was quite fun. But the one on the PS3, I play the PS3 Motors. Do you know, Motorstorm on the PS3 was... It was the first driving game or racing game I got on the PS3, because as far as I could tell, it was the first thing available. I didn't like it. Not my kind of game. Scotland isn't ready for me. I want to go to Scotland, damn it. I want to drive there one of these days. If I do, we'll come knocking on your door and drive you down the shops and scare the living daylights out of you. Oh, actually, where did I finish? I think I finished that one, didn't I? And didn't run out of fuel? That was me. Last. Completely last. There's a surprise. Mod slim version of the PS2 to run PS3 games. I don't know who told you that, but I suspect they were having a laugh. There is no way. You might be able to mod a PS3 to run PS2 games, because certain ones of them had emulation built in, either the hardware or software emulation. No, you're not playing a PS3 game on a PS2. That's not possible. PS2s were, I was going to say they were impressive for their time. Yeah, they were. Let's go to Ireland. Oh, wow. 43 minutes. We'll do this one. We have weather. Let's have some weather. Clear, misty, cloudy, overcast. Alright, we'll have variable. We'll go with hot. Yeah, the PS2 was, well, it impressed me when it came out, but it's like it wasn't the most powerful system of that generation. In fact, it was, I wouldn't say the least powerful. The Dreamcast was the least powerful, but like the GameCube and the Xbox were both more powerful. Though you wouldn't necessarily know it with the GameCube. No, motorbikes in the wet are scary. I'll tell you what is terrifying. Yeah, I'm sitting in here with 3 fans on, shirtless, with a VR helmet on, and you know that scene in Airplane where, I don't know who the actor is, he's piloting and is just like sweat. It's like they've turned a tap on. It's like that. It's just, it's too hot. We don't have air conditioning in the UK because weather in the UK is traditionally like wet and windy, not very warm. So when we have really cold winters with lots of snow, or really hot summers with a lot of heat, we're not prepared for it. We can't deal with either. We do wind and rain and fog. Eek. Pausing. Oops. Does the PSVR have a windscreen wiper on the inside? I need one. Have a pet... What? Pretty sure none of my driving... My driving is exceptionally safe, except when it's not. I'm mostly fine, except when I'm in a city or town that I'm not familiar with and I'm distracted by the sat-nav and there are traffic lights. Then I have a problem. This is pretty. I don't know if this is what Ireland looks like. Squeegee on an elastic bat, yeah. Something like that. I've got 3 fans in here, and I've got the window closed because it's hotter out there than it is in here, and I don't want to let the hot air in. I won't be opening the window until it... Well, actually I won't be opening the window at all because I'll be going out before it even cools down outside. Very probably, yes. Ah! That is never not fun to watch. Yeah, he flies very nicely. His landings are not so good. Eek! That happens here. There are probably no fans in Wilko's at the moment. They will have all sold out. These 3 fans that I've got, I bought 3 years ago when we started getting the really hot weather. And they were the last ones in the shop. It was like, I went in there with, I was going to buy as many fans as I could get my hands on. I have a 4th fan, I say fan, it's a fan heater, but of course you can put it on without the heating elements on, but it's rubbish. The airflow is not great and it's noisy, so I don't really bother with it. Or when I do, I put it at the bottom of the stairs, because the stairs are part of this room and it's cooler at the bottom of the stairs than it is at the top, and I have it blowing the cool air upwards. Except whoever lived here before, at some point, I don't know what they did at the bottom of those stairs. Either they were smoking down there, or maybe they threw up on the carpet and it smells bad down there. And if I put a fan down there and have it blowing up here, it just, oh God, it doesn't smell good. So I generally don't do that. That's one of the downsides of renting. You can't account for what the people who lived there before you did with the place. Can't identify the smell. It might just be nicotine. Yes, I have done the Febreze. I've done antibacterial Febreze, and it's not made a difference. Pausing. Yeah, buying them in winter would be the smart move. They don't necessarily have them all on the shelves in the winter, so yeah, they're cheaper, but you can't necessarily always find them. When I got... Put a sentence together, Steve. Shoved a fish under the floorboards. Yeah, that's possible. These stairs, I think that probably would be physically possible. They're not the sturdiest. I like this flat. There are some things about it that are not great, but as a rule, it's a really nice place. I'm distracted by... Oh, right, wind turbines. I was going to say something, I forgot what it was. Can't remember now. Distracted myself. Someone was playing with one in the... Hey up, that's cool. What was I going to say? Yes, just reminded of what it was I was going to say. A few weeks ago, normally I work in Chesterfield. The office building I clean is in Chesterfield, but I got sent to another site, another location, and it was a hot day and the area I was cleaning was really hot. But I did have my own little office or break room, you know, the cleaner's room. But it was bloody boiling. But because I work at the weekends, a lot of the offices are empty. So I went into one of these offices and I nicked their fan, which I didn't take it back and put it back where I got it from afterwards either. I could see them going in there on Monday and frying. This is pretty. I said I nicked it, I didn't take it home. Oh! This is great. I just want to go really slowly and enjoy the scenery. Tell you what, the place I used to work in Worksop, they did trash the rooms. I think the thing is they don't consider whether they can be tracked down or not. They take the view of usually the ones who were trashing the place were being evicted, and they were being evicted for not paying the rent, and they weren't paying the rent because they literally had no money. So while it's very likely that they will have been tracked down, they had no money, so there will have been no consequences unless, I don't know, I can't see the police will have, that wouldn't have been taken to court. There would be no gain. This bit looks familiar. That looks like a bit on V-Rally on the, I think it's a Corsica circuit. Your Amazon. Wow. Wow, that crowd sounds good in these with these earbuds in. Yeah, multiple. There were 14 people in that house. No, there were 14 rooms in that house. There were a lot more than 14 people, and I would say about two-thirds of them were arseholes. It was a challenging place to live. It was interesting, and I met some nice people. And some interesting people, but there were an awful lot of selfish dickheads who just didn't care. They made a mess, they made lots of noise, they didn't give a crap about anyone else, and invariably they wound up getting thrown out, but it always took time before they got thrown out, and it made living there difficult. Streamer got banned from Twitch for milking a cow? Well, that's just weird. Why would they ban Twitch? I don't know, they're seeming to get a bit carried away. They're so worried about having an adpocalypse on there that they're banning people for all kinds of things. The day YouTube starts banning people for saying bollocks, I'm absolutely screwed. Oh God. This bike is thankfully not so keen to wheelie, but it does weave. You mean others? Yeah. They look phallic, don't they? Probably their algorithm will have, or whatever AI they use, will have looked at that and thought it was something different. I suppose in a sense it's a good demonstration of how AI is not always as clever as they think it is. The likes of YouTube and Twitch, they have a problem in that they're victims of their own success, because so much content is uploaded, which they want. The more content, the better. Content means lots of places to put adverts, and adverts means money. So that is good, but it means they can never have enough human beings to police that content, to monitor it and make sure it's appropriate. So they have to use AI. And AIs will always be flawed and be fooled and not know the difference between someone milking a cow and spanking the monkey. How bad is the heat where I am? It's pretty hot. I don't actually know what the temperature is outside. I'm sitting here in my underwear with a VR helmet on, and to be blunt, sweating me nuts off. It's hot, and I've got 3 fans going, so it's pretty hot. Not as bad as yesterday then. I'm liking this circuit. This is great. Drink lots of tea. It's better than water. I don't like tea. No, I don't dislike the taste of tea, but I'd actually end up dehydrated drinking tea, because it irritates my bladder, and I just constantly have to go and pee. And worse than that, it just makes me feel like I need to pee when I don't need to pee, because it irritates my bladder. So no, I don't drink that. Coffee, yeah. I'm drinking just water, and I will need to stop for a drink fairly soon as well. Do I need to stop? No, I seem to be alright for fuel. I was just looking. I do have a fuel gauge there, having run out of fuel at the Isle of Man. I keep my coffee drinking down to... I'll always start the day with a cup of coffee, and I might have one like mid-afternoon if I'm lacking energy and thinking about napping but got things to do. But I won't drink coffee much after 4 o'clock unless I'm drinking decaf, because I do have trouble sleeping, and also caffeine bad for the blood pressure, and my blood pressure's not great. That was fun. I keep seeing videos, well, not so much videos, advice on how to keep cool on Twitter, and they, like, if you haven't got air conditioning, and they talk about having a fan and blowing it, having it blow over ice, be it a bucket of ice water or a cup with ice in it or whatever. Now, I did that not last year, the year before last, and I have to say it didn't make a whole lot of difference, which is disappointing. Probably need more ice and a better fan. Oof. What's that? Jumping off a garage roof is rather... Who's jumping off a garage roof? Oh God. Nearly went for a picnic there. Wow, that's tricky. Bit too slow there. Lost stability. Really pretty countryside. Oops. Wow. Completely lost sight of, or like even on the map, no sign of the other riders. I'm so far behind them, it's untrue. And I'm like, I don't care. It's just... It's just fun. There's bits of Yorkshire that look like that with the... Not quite cliffs, but yeah, rugged scenery. Oh, those mini AC things, they're known in some places, I think in America, as swamp coolers, because after a while they start to smell like a swamp, because you get bacteria and algae and whatnot growing on the filter things. But the way they work is through evaporation. The air blowing through the wet filters causes evaporation, which has a cooling effect or something or other, makes the air cooler, and it blows that into the room, so it cools the air of the room. But where it's less effective, because they're generating humidity to do that, so if you're in a country that has low humidity, say Spain or Middle East, that will work really well. Britain has a really high humidity. I mean, our humidity was something like 75% yesterday, which is like not far off a rainforest. So yeah, those swamp coolers don't work so well over here. Is who drunk? I think the way I'm riding, I might look it. Yeah, exactly. So, oh God, they don't work well here. I keep seeing lots of adverts for... Oh, Jesus Christ. Lots of adverts on Facebook and in the sidebar of YouTube for swamp coolers. I'm talking about these amazing new mini air cons, and I'm just sitting there thinking, don't waste your money. If you're in Britain, don't even bother. Yeah. Deserts are the best place to have them, you know, Middle East or whatever. Somewhere, not many rivers, no rainforests, not near the sea, something like that. Britain, I mean, we're a little island surrounded by sea. Warm sea at that because of the Gulf Stream. Humidity here is sky high, which is why it gets so bloody uncomfortable when it's hot. There'll be other countries that are a lot hotter than here, but they will actually be a more comfortable place to live because they won't have the humidity. I don't know. Oops, that was me reading. Want Nordic winter. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting a numb bum. Right. I keep pausing to read. I'm going to race. I say race. I'm going to ride quickly for a bit if I can, without dying, maybe. Probably not. I do wonder... Oh. Oof. Next what do you mean next gaming event? T-Rex Space Day. Hello, Ben. Greetings and welcome. The next stream, honestly, I have no idea. I never ever plan ahead. I try largely to stream something different each time, rather than do like multiple streams of the same game. So whatever I stream next will probably not be one that I've streamed before, and I've got quite a few games that I haven't streamed before. I've got actually quite a lot of games that I haven't even played. I see them on sale or on the PlayStation Plus freebie list, and I'm like, I'll have that, but I haven't even played them yet. But I've got no idea. I literally make it up as I go along, spur of the moment. I'm kind of umming and ahhing about play Blackpool this year. Oh God, never been to the Manchester one. Kind of don't really care to go there. I don't like Manchester. I don't like that bloody scary roundabout either. I do wonder, going back to this heat thing, I mean, it's... Oh, God. You live in Manchester, Ben. You have my sympathy. Don't like the place. Not that I've seen much of it. I've seen Wythenshawe and the surrounding area. Didn't like that. Yes, the heat. I do wonder. I kind of think it's going to reach a point, because it's what we're in now is going to be the new normal, except we're just at the start of it, and it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. And I kind of think, unless Britain, and I don't know how many other countries, become like America and aircon becomes the norm, and I don't think it will. I just don't think there's the money there. People can't afford it. And then the power consumption aspect of it. 10 years from now, people my age are going to start dropping like flies, because it's going to get hotter every summer. It's going to be hotter than this, and by the time you hit your 60s and 70s, your capacity to tolerate the heat it gets lower. Well, ooh. What's it like to live in DC? Yeah. That I don't know. I'm aware that they're building a nuclear power plant. I'm not sure who is building it. At one point it was going to be built by the French, another point it was going to be built by the Chinese. I don't know who's actually building it at the moment. So I'm reading, hence the poor riding. Oh. Oh. Right. I knew the French and or Chinese had something to do with it, but I wasn't sure if that deal had gone through. Wouldn't like to say whether it'll be any good or not. It's like, well, certain old designs weren't great. Who knows whether a new design will be any good? I don't know what I think of nuclear power. I mean, there's a need for power, and certainly fossil fuels are not the way to go anymore. The thing about solar is it's reliant on rare metals in the solar panels. And so it's like, well, they call it sustainable. Well, up to a point until you run out of those rare metals, and I think most of them come from China. Bill Gates' plan to black out the sun. Well, there's some logic to that. It would certainly cool things down a bit. I don't know. Yes, the Simpsons did do it. I think they need to perfect carbon capture somehow. Plant more trees. Lots of them. Because otherwise we're all going to die. Well, we're all going to die anyway, but you know, sooner than we'd like. Ugh. Yeah. Messing about with nature is dodgy, but we've messed it around already, so, you know, it would perhaps be good to try and mess it about in the other direction. Has anyone eaten rabbit? I've never eaten rabbit. This does not surprise me. For those of you unaware of Seraphinated, aka Pebble, she is like borderline wild animal. So she probably hunted them with her teeth. Oh! You don't have to, no, but it helps. She did. I can confirm this. Oh, we finished. Okay, freaky deaky dude. Thanks for joining. Take care. Okay, I'm going to do one more circuit. I've got no idea what the time is. It's just occurred to me, because of the way the VR works, it shifts. The screen shifts. And I've been sitting here turned to the left all this time I've been playing, because it hadn't even occurred to me that the screen had moved. That's better. I'm facing forward again now. What would... It's not VR, no, but I've got a VR headset on. So it's like having a 100-inch TV screen in front of me, like right in front of me. So it's very immersive. I toyed with the idea of living off-grid for a bit. I was like, I wanted to get a van. Not an especially big van, but big enough. And live in it. But, yeah. Pebble's been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, ripped it up, used it for bandages. You name it. Where are we going to go now? Circuit 15, 26. Alright. Okay, we'll do that one. Nearest I've lived to off-grid was when we had floods in Worksop and I was living in that house and we had no electricity for... Well, I think they had no electricity for 2 weeks. But I stayed there for about 2 days without electricity. In the winter, it was cold, it was damp, it smelled of sewage. But we did have gas. And then I was like, nah, sod this, and went and stayed at Joe's for a couple of weeks. Right, this will be the last race. I shouldn't really call it a race. This will be the last episode or session of me crashing a lot. Hey, look at that, other riders. We won't see much of these. Give it a couple of minutes, they'll have all gone, left me behind, and we won't see them again. Have somewhere to... Yes, I have somewhere to be. It's about 10 quid. It's in the 75% sale thingamajig at the moment. I think for 10 quid, yeah, it's worth it. It's very, very worth it. And if you have a PSVR headset, I absolutely recommend playing it with that on, because the experience is brilliant. I kept... Oh God. When I was playing like Ride 3 last time I streamed, I kept saying that was the most fun... Oh God. The most fun I'd had on a motorcycle racing game in forever. Well... Oh! This is more fun. Definitely. There's less depth to it in terms of options and bikes and circuits and all of that, but it's just more fun. Well, that was a tight one. There's a new Myst game. I'm just catching little glimpses out the corner of my eye. I can't keep up with most of the conversation. But there is a new Myst game. I don't know if it's a remake or a sequel or a prequel or whatever. Or even what it's like the original Myst. Were there any moving graphics at all? I played a demo of it on the Amiga and knew very quickly that it was not my kind of game, because I didn't know what I was meant to be doing, and that's all part of what Myst was all about, wasn't it? Here are these fascinating locations, figure out whatever you're meant to figure out, but I couldn't. But I don't know how the new Myst game works. Oh, bollocks. Moving was still... Yeah. Right. I just couldn't. I think I'm too impatient. I don't have the patience to sit and figure, what am I meant to be doing here? When I hit that in a video game, I'm like, next. Saying that, I like No Man's Sky, and that features an awful lot of not knowing what the hell you're meant to be doing to begin with. Well, this is a quick bit. Whoa. Get thee behind me. Oh, God. I hit him. I wonder if he's dead. Pausing. I like the idea of a game called Pissed. That's got me thinking. I was thinking about there being a drunk simulator game, but there kind of is, isn't there? On PSVR, there's that game called Bar Fight, and I'm constantly tempted to get Bar Fight. It's not a game I would spend a lot of time in. But I think it'd be fun to do a live stream. A live streamed virtual bar fight could be good. But it's a bit too expensive. I think it's about 15 quid. And I don't mind spending a tenner on a game that I'm only going to play for a stream, but 15, maybe not. Oh! From what I can tell of bar fight, you're in a bar, everyone's fighting, and it's literally using your move controllers, pick up anything you can find, and hit people with it. So it's like bottles, glasses, stools, chairs, darts. I've seen a guy with darts in his head. Throw people out of the window. Drunken Dad Simulator. I've not seen that. Yeah, this is definitely going to be my last race. Motion sickness is just starting to kick in. We're not in VR, but motion sickness is still a thing. Who knew? Oh. I was looking very quickly at the map thingy, trying to see where all the other riders are. Didn't work out well for me. Don't think I'm last, or at least I'm still in the vicinity of other riders, which is pleasing. I have lots and lots and lots of memories of playing in arcades. I just wish I could remember them. It's like I played a lot in the arcades in the 80s and a bit in the 90s, but a lot of the memories are fading. It's like a lot of my memories of retro gaming and all of the computers and all of the consoles and all of the stories that I can tell, I kind of have the memory of the memory, if that makes sense. It is so bloody long ago. Yeah, quite, old geezer. The memories get overwritten with the memory of the memories, so the accuracy goes out the window. It's like taking a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. It gets pretty grainy. Ooh. Sometimes, occasionally, I'll watch one of my old videos, say a Friday Talkie, and I'll be talking about something, some aspect of gaming, or something that some company did, or some detail of the system. And I'll listen to what I'm saying and think, I don't remember that. Yeah. It's gritty in my head. Hello, Leahy. Greetings and welcome to me crashing a lot. She's very, very, very mean. Seraphinated has been a friend of mine for a very, very, very long time. And she's very mean. But that's part of the appeal. And you should see her when she's in a bad mood. Oh, I'm not saying anything about that. Hello, Adi. Thank you for recommending it. It was on your recommendation that I bought this. You said free roaming. I was like, gimme. And the funny thing is, I've only done the free roaming bit once. Oh, God. Because the actual races offer enough freedom, variety or whatever, that I'm like not really worrying about racing. But the circuits are so big and open. I tried. Didn't work. Oh. Always wanted to go see the real... Do you know, outside of video games, never paid that much attention to the TT. Never watched more than a lap or so on telly. Enough to know, Jesus, that looks dangerous. I think they just don't show it that much on the telly, or I've not been watching telly when they've shown it. But never motorsports in person. Like to actually be there, never really had the urge. Only live motorsport I've ever actually been to was banger racing, stock car racing at Brayfield in Northamptonshire when I was a kid, and kinda, it just seems like I'd be standing by the side of the road watching them go by like, meow. Wait for the next one. Nah, I'd rather watch it on telly and know what's happening on all parts of the track. And yeah, they can have whopping great big screens at the Formula One circuits or whatever, but it's like, well, if you're going to stand there and watch a screen, why not stay at home and watch it? I'm probably missing the point, but it's not something I get the urge to do. There was a time... Oof. Ouch. There was a time in my teens where I really wanted to race motorbikes. Like, obviously not professionally or any kind of class level or whatever, but, you know, club racing, that kind of thing. I thought, I'll take my RS125 along to a club race and I'll race that, and I think I'll do all right. Just really bloody glad now that I didn't, because I wouldn't have stood a chance. Never mind being competitive, I wouldn't have stayed on the bike. I would have wrecked the bike, I would have wrecked myself. Yeah, HGV racing is very much a thing. Jo and her family go to that sometimes at Donington, truck racing. Yeah. Sir Raffinated is the only person I know who gets to have driving lessons so she can learn a manual gearbox in a Dodge Viper. There's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and then there's that. What do I think of e-scooters? I like them. I think they're probably very dangerous. I do keep looking at e-bikes. Oh. It's like I've got a fold-up bike, pedal cycle. And it's not the ideal thing for use in Chesterfield because there are hills. And I'd like to cycle to work. And cycling to work would be easy, but cycling back, hard work because it would be uphill. But an e-bike, that would make it a lot easier. Literally, I was looking 3 hours ago at fold-up e-bikes because I do like having a fold-up bike. But they're not cheap. Yeah, e-scooters totally illegal in the UK. The weird thing, they're trialling e-scooter rentals in London, I think, and other places. So it's like you can legally rent this scooter to ride on roads that you can't legally ride them on. I don't get that. It's like it's I think even government funded or subsidized, government subsidized scheme that allows you to rent a thing to break the law on. I don't understand how that works. $40 is where the fun starts. 50, the fun continues, but your body starts to fall to pieces. You have the brains to understand what's going on and what you want to do, but your body's like, sod that. I want to go to bed now. Gasping, crashing in this is abrupt on your senses. Oh, it's alright, I was adjusting the centering of the screen. I doubt that you'll even notice that from where you are, but from here that was all wrong. That thing that has the pedals and none of them have... Oh, sidecars. I don't like sidecars. I mean, racing sidecars are a different thing altogether, but my... No. My brother, back many years ago, when I was still talking to him, he had a motorbike with a sidecar, and I once rode in the sidecar. Once. Once was enough. Oh, God. Scary. Really bloody scary. I don't like being on the back of a motorbike at all, but I would rather go on the back of a motorbike than in the sidecar. Jesus. Apart from the fact that I don't think it was especially well put together. The brackets, I didn't trust them. It'd take it round the corner and the sidecar wheel would lift. And I'm thinking, it's going to do this on some corner or other, and the brackets are going to break, and the bike's going to go one way, and me in the sidecar is going to go the other way, and then I'm going to die. So after one occasion too many of the sidecar lifting up, I was like, sod that, I'm getting out the sidecar and sitting on the back. Didn't like it. Yeah. I don't talk to him anymore anyway. No contact. For reasons we won't go into. I used to ride, I had a Honda moped. Well, I've talked in the last video about all the bikes I had. Several mopeds and one 125. I liked that 125. I rode a field bike once in a cornfield, and Car Crash TV on Amazon Prime. Yeah. Do you know, I've been watching a YouTube video called, the channel I think is called The Big Car, something like that. It's just like the history of British cars. And each video he talks about the history of a particular car and its effect on the company that made it, or on cars in general. Really interesting. Been watching a lot of that. You're not allowed to have a... Well, he's probably right. But then why would you want one? You've got a tank. I do look forward to that tank being shipped over here. And I don't know what country lanes are like in Scotland. I'm pretty damn sure it wouldn't have got down any of those, or half of those lanes that that I was driving last week, the week before. A Vespa? I don't like Vespas. She calls it a truck. It's a tank. The only thing it's missing is the turret and the tracks. It's a stately home on wheels. Actually, maybe not so much a stately home as a nuclear bunker. What? Yeah, I guess the Airstream is actually more of a nuclear bunker, isn't it? The Airstream is like, oh, what the hell did they call them? The World War II air raid shelters they had in London, made out of corrugated iron. Anderson shelter? It's an Anderson shelter on wheels. No, you can't. There's no. I don't think there's any way of posting photos here. Yeah, I mean, you could bury it and it would be a perfect fallout shelter. No idea. I think actually if you post links in here, YouTube will just automatically block that. It'll block it because I've got that set in my settings, because it just treats them as spam. So while you'll see it as being posted at your end, no one else will see it. You put the truck and the Airstream together and you've got like one of those road trains they have in Australia. Minus the kangaroos. Yeah, nothing posted. Stops the spammers. It is a pain when people want to post legit links, but spamming was such a thing. I need to get a drink. Bear with me. What time is it? Oh, it's not that late after all. Okay, I might have another race. I'm going to take a short break. I need a drink. I need to go to the loo. Fortunately, no cam. You can't see any of that. I do look forward to that. I'll see you get stuck in a narrow country lane. I wouldn't laugh. headset's off, but I can see the TV. I can see what you're saying. Right. Well, I've learned a thing. If you're going to have a VR headset on your head for a significant amount of time during hot weather, if you're going to go out afterwards, make sure you've got enough time for your head to go back to normal. I've got an imprint on my forehead where the headset, it puts pressure on your forehead, and I've got a textured forehead, and it's kind of paler than the rest of my head where the pressure's, I don't know. It looks weird. It looks like I'm wearing some kind of comedy wig thing, like with a bald forehead wig thing. It just looks ridiculous. I don't know how long it'll take for that to come out. Well, no. I'm half tempted to turn the camera. I don't think no, once the stream started, you can't. I have heard Resident Evil. Yeah, there is a VR version. Right. Where are we going to go now? Oh, I'm putting my feet back on my bed and there's... Oh, it was the remote. I couldn't tell what I was putting my feet on. You're going mad? Why are you going mad? Yeah, I've definitely lost... I've lost the plot here. I don't know what you're talking about. But then I was out of the room, so... Recentering screen. We're going back to the Isle of Man. I'm going to see if I can find that petrol station. Little bit mad. Lot mad. Oh my. Oh wow. Okay. We'll do that one. I hope. Number of laps. No, we're only doing one lap. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. Right. We'll do one lap. And hope we don't need to refuel. Yeah. What the hell? Oh, the bike's... Right, okay. I thought you were being a deranged cat there for a minute, but no, that's... Yes, the bike sounds... I don't know, I think a deranged cat would be quite amusing. Are we off? He looks kind of grumpy. I have not won any TTs. I'm usually too busy picking my bike out of the wall. There's a castle there. That's cool. I hadn't even noticed that before. Oh! It's the first time I've ridden this bike on this circuit. Do you know, I've been riding this on a 600 Super Sport and this vintage thing. I haven't actually tried it on a super bike, like a 750 or 1000 cc or whatever. I should try that. Probably scare the living daylights out of me. Do my usual thing and flip it on the line. Now, tell you what. Let's go back. Because I don't want to do too many more races. Okay. Quick race. Isle of Man. Where do we pick the bike? I want to pick the... Ah, here we go. Right. Yeah. Super... what? That's not... No, I guess that... Oh, ah. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, alright. Yeah. I think we're going to go on a Norton. Which thing, what's the... Which is the Widowmaker? Well, I'm going on the Norton anyway. And the women's soccer team, what? Here we go. The suit, right. The last bike I remember being described as a Widowmaker was a Honda Blackbird. They were apparently lethal. I've not really paid attention to modern bikes since that kind of era. I don't even know what the Suter bike is. Nortons, my recollection, like the Nortons I was interested in were the Rotary, the Norton Rotary. They just sounded amazing. They sounded like a Stuka in a dive. But I'm guessing this isn't a Rotary, which is a shame. Oh boy. Oh God. We're going to get a lot of that. Okay, it doesn't actually want to flip when I'm starting, which surprises me. Jesus Christ. This might be a bit too fast for me. I was on a geezer bike earlier, now I'm on an absolute lunatic bike. I need a pedal cycle mode, mountain bike mode. Oh God. Special wear. Okay. Oh God. Tolerant. I do recall you telling me about that. Yeah, when you were a SNT, was it? EMT, one of those. It sounded pretty grim. more stable. Yeah, it is stable, but it doesn't seem to want to go round corners quite as well as I would like. Oof. Oh God. This thing does like to wheelie after all. Yeah, that Steam Deck thing does look interesting. I'm like, I think, do I want one of those? I don't know. They're not cheap, and my eyesight means handheld gaming is not ideal for me. I don't think, oh God, it's what I can spend like 100 and a little bit on a cheap Chinese handheld and not feel too bad about it. The idea of spending 400 or 500 quid on something that's a handheld when I know I'm gonna only be able to play it in short stints because it gives me a headache. But then if you're going to hook it up to a monitor, you might just as well have a PC. The handheld nature is kind of the whole point. As soon as you're plugging it into a monitor, you know, I've got a laptop. Oh my God. Oh, you know, I don't learn. No, God Almighty. Oh my God. Do I drink? Yes, I do. Am I drunk? No, I'm not. Yeah, 7-inch screen. I could probably actually cope with that. I've got a JXD. What's it called? I can't remember. I've got a JXD Android handheld with a 7-inch screen, and at that size I actually can cope with it better than these Chinese things. But still, 500 or 600. I mean, what is it? 650 for the one with the 500 gigabyte. It's a lot of money. And the thing I would want to play. Well, there are two games I would particularly want to play: Grand Theft Auto and Cyberpunk, and they oh dear. You wouldn't want to try and stream them off of the an SD card, so you'd need one of the ones with the bigger storage. You wouldn't want to be trying to stream that off a micro SD card. It just... I've got a little laptop that's not a gaming laptop, but it's just about capable of running Grand Theft Auto 5. Or it would be, except it keeps stuttering every so often, like it's virtually crawls to a halt every time it's loading bits of the stage off of the out of the storage, because the storage is a micro SD card, and it's slow and the game just crawls. And that I worry is how it would be on the Steam Deck thing if you were playing it from the base model. Oh God. This is not a great bike for this circuit, it's got to be said. It's a bit heavy, doesn't really like going around the corners so much. I think this is, I do wonder if you progress through this game and like, I don't know if the quick modes would open it up or if you'd have to do the career mode. So like when I did the free roaming, I only had access to free roaming in Ireland, one particular circuit or area or whatever, and I wonder if you progress through the actual game, if it would open up the other maps. Because I think there was a speed camera back there. Romping around these roads would be fun. What is slightly disappointing, it's like Gran Turismo rather than, say, Test Drive Unlimited, in that if you go off the road, you can't go very far before it bungs you back on track. I think it would be fun on these maps to like go barreling through the hedge and then right across the fields. There are a lot of that. I mean, that Super Console X. I think, is it an Android-based one or is it? Has it got the Intel chips in it? Not sure. There's a couple of those. I think one's Intel and one's not sure. But there's an awful lot of consoles that are like just low-cost emulation machines. I don't like EmuElec. Don't like that at all. I like Arcos. Though to be fair, EmuElec can be tweaked to make it better. Oh Christ. I think the Evercade is it's an interesting thing. I like how it is completely legit, and you know, all the games you get on it are licensed, and because you've paid for them, you're probably more inclined to actually play them, where when you've got one of these Chinese handhelds, you've got so many games and you didn't pay for them, so you don't care so much about them, so you don't play them. And it's also like ideal for someone who doesn't want to mess about with emulators. You buy it, you plug the cartridge in, the games play, that's it. So I totally see the value in the Evercade existing, but it's not the system for me. Yeah, you just want to buy it and play it. I get that. There's definitely a market for that kind of thing. Probably more likely to be mainstream than the kind of stuff that I tinker around with. This is on PS4 Pro. I don't know if it would look any different on a standard PS4, or the base model rather. Oh, that's a bit oh God, oh God, Jesus. What do I think of the Steam? Yeah, I was just talking about that. I think they're interesting. I think the base one is probably doesn't make much sense to buy if you want to play things like Cyberpunk 27 or Grand Theft Auto 5, where it streams the scenery and maps as you play, because it just won't be able to pull enough data off quickly, which means you'd need to buy one of the ones with more storage. I can't personally see me spending that much money on a handheld. Ooh. Eek. It doesn't seem like a game that's been enhanced for the PS4 Pro. I imagine it's the same as this. Usually PS4 Pro enhanced games seem to have more of the finer detail on scenery and things, and I don't see that here. This seems like something a standard PS4 could do just fine. Yeah, I don't think the Steam Deck is going to be like Super Mega. You're not getting a top-line gaming PC, but you're getting a very, very capable handheld, like the most powerful handheld you're going to be able to get. It's probably it's probably more capable than my laptop, and that games quite nicely. So yeah, it's just a cost. 400 for the base model, which I think is pretty hobbled, is that the word? Yeah, and like 500-600 for the other ones. Yeah, 720p is fine for a handheld. When you've got a screen that small, you're not going to appreciate 1080p or 4K. I love this bit. Oh, I don't love this bit. Oh, God. Richard, what on earth are you talking about? Yeah, I was getting that impression. It's why I've not generally been responding. But yeah, something like that. Well, oh God, there's no harm in a little surreal extra content. It's not doing any harm, so you know. Oh God. I got sweat dripping in my eyes again. Oh. Yeah, it's all right, Richard, not you. Oh! Oh, God almighty. Oh, balls. God. Oh, you're crocheting. I try to do this most weeks, but the timing is predictably unpredictable. And it doesn't always last this long, but this is fun. I think a lot of it, how long I stream, partly depends what time of the day I started, and partly depends on the game and how well it lends itself to being able to talk and play at the same time. I mean, these games are not ideal for actually reading what people are saying, but I can blather on mindlessly while playing. How many of these crashes would lead to death? A lot. Particularly the ones where I wrap myself around a lamppost. They probably... There's a whole industry in the Isle of Man in like human limb-based dog food. Oh... Well, there was one of those when I was playing Ride 3, wasn't there? And I just slowed down and literally just fell off. It wasn't a crash, I just fell off. I do like the ones where he goes into orbit, though. The ones where it's just a very... You don't see the rider go flying. It's just a very, very sudden stop into a lamppost. Those... From my perspective, they're very jarring, they're very abrupt. I think they've actually changed the rules on donor cards now, and basically everyone is opted in. Everyone is a donor now, unless they opt out. Though, of course, that might be different on the Isle of Man. This will be interesting to hear the explanation. I know what a hag bag is. Oops! Oh dear. Oh, moo. You're not an old moo. You're an alien queen. Oops. And when I say alien queen, you're all thinking aliens and Sigourney Weaver. What you actually need to be picturing is Yoda in a tiara. Oh! Yeah, it's a lovely day for a crash or 200. Uh-oh. I've got to find the cable now. I don't know if you saw that at your end. My... Ooh, God, I can't see. Because headset... You do. You've got a lot of hair. That's not the right cable. I'm trying to plug an RF cable into my PS4 pad. That won't work. There we go. Yeah, imagine Barbarella, but 4'2". Good for you, Richard. I actually like their first two albums. Not so keen on the later ones. Oh God! Oh! I had Rio and Duran on tape. I don't think I've got the CDs, and I never had them on vinyl. I like U2 as far as pop. Pop was the last really good album they did. I'm probably one of those rare people who kept the free album that they like forced on everyone through iPlayer. iTunes, that. I kept it because it actually wasn't it wasn't a bad album. I saw them in concert twice. Once in '85, they were touring The Unforgettable Fire, and once in '94, that was the Zoo TV tour. I preferred The Unforgettable Fire. Zoo TV was visually more impressive, but there was a purity to their earlier stuff. But a lot of people felt they went a bit too weird after Achtung Baby, but I actually liked that weirdness. It was when they started trying to be conventional again that they just got really boring. I've actually discovered this. I keep saying modern music, current music, I can't find anything that I like. I've actually found some current music that I like. A lot of it actually on thingy, streaming service, Mindfog, can't remember what it's called now, but you know the one. And I can even remember the name of several of the bands that I like. Spotify, that's the one. Yeah, I was listening to some stuff that I liked, and all of a sudden it was suggesting other stuff that was similar, so I had to listen to that. It was like, holy crap, this stuff's really good. I was listening initially to Black Midi and Black Country New Road, and it recommended wait for it, Cavern of Antimatter, and this is the best. This is The best music I have heard in decades is by a band. John Denver. No. The best band I've heard in decades is by a band called Holy Fuck. And that's not me saying that at me crashing the bike, though it does seem appropriate. Who would have thought there'd be a band called Holy Fuck? And actually, when I heard them, I was just thinking, holy fuck. Now YouTube will like demonetize me for swearing, but oof, that's me reading while riding. I like Old Man by Neil Young. That is a really good song. That's one of his best. But yeah, Cavern of Antimatter, Holy Fuck, and there are some others and I can't remember what they're called, but those are the two best ones by a mile. Sweet F. Yeah, I've been listening to some oh god, Love and Rockets. Neil Young, yeah, I've got to be in the right mood for him. He's got some really good stuff. His albums are patchy. It's like after the Gold Rush. I think it was his first album. Cripple Creek Ferry. I really like that song. I can't listen to anything else on the album, but I really like that one. Oh! Mr. Blobby. Seriously. Mr. Blobby was never alright. Hello Simone, welcome back. Rattle and Hum is really, really, really patchy. Some really good stuff on it and some really bad stuff on it. Where the hell, where's the road go? Where's, oh. Oops. Oops. I don't like that bit. Oh. We finished? We finished. I don't like the Beatles. Okay. I have never eaten meatloaf in my life. That tannoy thing sounds really good through headphones. That's great. Not while I'm on the motorbike. Right, I'm going to have another drink. I was going to stop, but I'm having fun, so I'm going to carry on. What is the time? 2:46. Yeah, what the heck. The motion sickness hasn't got any worse, so I think I can manage. Oh. That would be interesting, actually. Well, as long as there's no onions in it. Bear with me, taking the headset off, getting a drink. Right, I have returned. What this game needs is tricycle mode. I think that would be good. Sit on a tricycle and pedal round the circuit slowly, so you can enjoy the scenery without dying. Yeah, something like that. Training wheels and pedal power. So where did I... Do you know, I didn't look at that to see where I finished, but it will have been almost certainly last. Rocket powered milk float. I don't know, you see, in this heat all the milk could go off. It would turn into like a I don't know, sour cream float. Take out the chives, take out the garlic. Where are we going now? We'll go to Ireland again, it was pretty. Long circuit. Oh, that's... And that seems to be the longer circuit. Alright, we'll give that a few laps. Yeah, that'll do. Definitely going for a slower bike. Oh, it didn't occur to me to look at the other... Oh. Oh! I think that's the rotary, isn't it? Good God. Right. Eeny, meeny. Norton Rotary. Yeah, we're going on the Norton Rotary. Steve Hislop. I like Steve Hislop. If he's the guy I'm thinking of. Joey Dunlop's a legend, but... Celery and... Oh... Can't eat onions, don't like celery. You're right there, Richard. Joey Dunlop, on the Isle of Man, he was a god. I think he's dead, isn't he? Joey Dunlop was like the Isle of Man king for years and years. He was just unbeatable, legendary. The way he went, the way he rode that circuit. Well, this bike's not sounding as great as I would expect it to. But what the heck? The alternative was a 750cc two-stroke. Oh, God. Which might have been more interesting sounding, actually. Oh. Oh, God. Oof. Oof. I now have an exhaust pipe imprint on my forehead. I don't like Suzuki's though. It was either going to be the Norton or the Yamaha. I think the Suzuki was Barry Sheen's old bike, wasn't it? Ah. I think I'm in first place. That's not right, is it? No, there's someone... Is there? I don't know. Oops. Oh, God. No. Get thee behind me. Ah, bollocks. I don't know where it tells you... Oh, no, I'm in fifth. Okay. Whoops. Oh, Jesus. This is not an easy bike to start. I love the exhaust sound. Popping and banging. Yep, that's me all over. Back to joyriding now. The race is over as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to catch them. Out for a Sunday ride. Oh, I'll be honest. I don't want. I love riding bicycles, push bikes, but I won't ride one around here. I've not felt comfortable on a push bike since I left Milton Keynes. It wasn't too bad in Worksop, but Chesterfield, nah. I could probably get to work safely. There are routes I can go that aren't too hazardous. But that's about it. It's not a town where you can cycle for pleasure safely. And mostly the cyclists round here, it's your spandex brigade. And I hate them. They like ride it out 3 feet from the side of the road, taking up way more room than they need, obstructing traffic and just being arrogant assholes. Like, I'm allowed to ride like this, so I will, and damn the lot of you car drivers. I hate them. They give cyclists a bad name. But they're pretty much all you get around here. I poke fun at Milton Keynes. Well, I don't so much poke fun at it as I always say, I know a place in Milton Keynes that looks like this. Because I know lots of places in Milton Keynes because I lived there for most of my life. And it's a really, really good place to cycle because you've got cycle paths everywhere. Yeah, 2 abreast in spandex. Hate them. It's just so... They're so arrogant and so inconsiderate and so unself-aware. They're like, I don't know what the legalities are of riding 2 abreast, but it's the peak of inconsiderate riding. That's a lovely view. There's bits of Scarborough that look like that. Well, near Scarborough. Going slow whilst reading the chat. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. What's that up there? Is that a tree or a castle? He adds character to the chat. You don't know what he's talking about, but it's all right. getting a little more random now. It's like not so much random meaning as random letters. Oh yeah, totally. I must admit, before I drove, I used to ride a bike at night without lights, and my thinking was, I can see them, it doesn't matter if they can't see me, I'll get out of the way. But as a car driver, if I come across cyclists now without lights, it's like, doesn't matter if they can see you or not. It is so dangerous. This also looks a bit like Scarborough. Chili hog, is that a thing? I know about chili, well, I say I know about chili dogs. I've heard of chili dogs, I don't actually know what they are. I'm guessing hot dogs with chili sauce, which does sound really appealing. Though, not the kind of hot dogs you would get at, I don't know, whatever place it is in America where they serve hot dogs. Is it football or baseball? Or both? Yeah. But home-cooked hot dogs with chili sauce sounds very appealing, but without onions. No onions. Cannot cope with onions. So 7 out of 10 would eat again. 8 out of 10 cats said their owners preferred them. Gee, never had a hot dog with cheese, I don't think. Oh God. Every time I have a moment on this game, I'm reminded of a piece of video I saw. I don't think it was shared on social media. It was shown on the telly with the permission of the mother of the rider, and it was the helmet cam footage of a motorcycle rider who died in a crash where a car driver was talking on their phone and they pulled out of a junction in front of this motorcyclist, and it sticks with me because you got to hear their last words before a fatal crash. You see this car pull out, you see the motorcyclist slam the brakes on, and they just go, whoa, and then crash and die. And it's like, that stuck with me. And they found out that the car driver was talking on their phone and not paying attention to what they were doing properly. And it is really, really easy to not notice motorcyclists. Because I've done it myself. I've been at roundabouts and been just about to pull out, and only at the very last moment did I notice the motorcyclist coming around. It scared myself because it would have been so easy to just... And I mean, on a roundabout they're not going so fast, but this was like on an A road. They will have been doing about 60 or 70, or I think it's 60 on an A road. Yeah, but it was just that, whoa. Yeah. They weren't speeding. They were doing a reasonable speed for that road. They were doing the same speed as the rest of the traffic. Literally, the only person at fault, the motorcyclist wasn't at fault. It was the person, the car driver, not paying attention because they were talking on their phone. So there definitely are cases where motorcyclists do have a major hand in their own accidents. But it was a straight road, a 60-mile-an-hour stretch. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. They certainly went to court. I don't know. They got convicted for, I don't know if it was for dangerous driving or probably driving without due care and attention, but death by dangerous driving, it holds a higher, I don't know what the verdict was. Yeah, they do. They're a lot stricter now. They're very strict now. There are lots of things that can impair your driving. I mean, talking on a phone obviously, but talking on a hands-free has been shown to seriously impair your driving and your attention to the road and whatnot, but then no more, I think, than talking to someone who's in the passenger seat, which is why I largely don't like to talk when I'm driving. But other things, driving while tired is as bad as driving while drunk. Driving while ill, even actually driving while thirsty or hungry are a serious impairment to driving. I can definitely say that being hungry has a significant effect. I mean, if you've got low blood sugar, I don't know about you, but if I've got low blood sugar because I'm hungry, my thinking just goes out the window. It can depend on the passenger and how much they're talking, how much attention you need to pay to what they're saying, and whether they're a considerate. It's like there's chatting while you're on a nice long straight road in steady traffic where there's no cut and thrust, and that's one thing. Having a deep conversation when you're coming into a section of town where there's traffic lights and roundabouts and it's cut and thrust, that's just dangerous, and a good passenger won't distract you, but some do. Well, that's very true. Yeah. there are good backseat drivers and bad backseat drivers. There have been times I've been driving with Jo, and she's pointed out something that I had not noticed. That if I'd not, whether I would have noticed it had she not been in the car, I don't know, because if I'll have been talking or she'll have been, actually I think it was me talking. But I have valued her pointing out that red traffic light stuff. Usually it's a traffic light, and she'll point it out. On the other hand, I've had another passenger in the past who was just constantly critical of my driving, and that in itself was aggravating and distracting, and did a lot of harm to my confidence. Where I'm actually a much better driver since meeting Jo, mainly because I've done a lot more driving and outside of my comfort zone. Eek! Oh, I thought he was going to go over the cliff then, but he didn't. Was just reading the chat for a moment there. I do like the weather effects. Haven't had any rain yet. Oh God. Oof. Oops. I've used one of those, the black plastic bag full of water with a little tap on it. They make a really good shower. If you've got lots of sun, not so useful in the winter, but certainly in the summer, very handy. Exactly that. Oh. Reading the Oh God. Yeah, that's one of those where you die. That's definitely a crash that will have caused a death. Saying that, he did largely go over it than through it. I say he, it's me, isn't it? But yeah. having another social stream, and highly likely. I do this on a regular basis. How social a thing it is depends very much on who's here and how much other people are talking. I have no control over that. A Q&A stream. I don't know. Yeah, so me sitting in front of the webcam just chatting. Yes, I could do one of those again. I've not really thought about it, but yeah, I could do that. So yes, same answer. Very likely. Thank you. Yes, I am. I don't know how much demand there is for that kind of video, or stream rather, but I do seem to recall last time I did it, it went down quite well. Hello, Peter. Ooh. Winning? Not winning. Oh, well, the fun part, yes, totally winning. It's interesting. The feel of speed while still being controllable. Other bike racing games, you have less of a sense of speed than you've got on here, yet they're far less controllable. I mean, you'll have seen me playing Ride 3, and that doesn't feel nearly as fast as this, yet I was barely ever in control of it. It's like it was so critical that you stayed on the racing line. Oh! And it felt like it was much slower, and it was a lot less fun. This, you feel like a riding hero whilst riding like a complete numpty. No, if you can ride a sheep, I haven't found it yet. And hello, Mensky. Greetings and welcome. Riding a sheep would be novel. Which Sega game is that? Is that Manx TT? Superbike? I didn't know about that. I've got that on the Sega Saturn. It's one of my favourite Saturn games. Though I am out of practice at it. Last time I tried playing it, I did very badly. Oh God! Oh! 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 Scud mark sounds quite good. I'll have to find out how to do it. Wow. That was quite... I've got the Knights analog thing, and yeah, I do know what you mean. Trying to play that with a D-pad where it's tap, tap, tap while it's tilting like that. Oh God. Giving it some welly. Oh! Though to be honest, riding a motorbike in wellies is not a good idea. Come on, give me a straight. Oh, we're at the pretty bit again. Foot pegs down. I wonder if that sparks in third person view. Oh God. Eek. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh God, oh Jesus. Wearing wellies on a motorbike is like wearing flip-flops driving a car. It's not clever. As for wearing flip-flops on a motorbike, well, no. Wearing flip-flops in a car is very dangerous. They can come off your feet and get stuck under the pedals, and you don't want a flip-flop stuck under your brake pedal when you've got to emergency brake. Yeah, I try not to wear stilettos when I'm driving. So, how last am I? That last. Look how many... 7 minutes behind the front place rider. Right, I have to stop now. I'm starving and just dying in the heat. First for the next race. Uh-huh. I always start at the back. I don't start at the front, I start at the back. Because then you have the fun of passing the other riders, or not. It has been a very, very, very enjoyable stream. Partly because the game is fun, Partly and largely because you're all fun. It's always really good fun to sit here and chat whilst crashing. And anyone who's thinking, should you get this game? If you're into motorbikes, yes. If you're into racing games, yes. If you're into nice scenery and crashing into it, yes. If you want something non-VR to play in a VR headset, yes. If you like playing Scrabble and chess and puzzle games and brain games, maybe not. Seraphinated probably has SWAT teams come running every time she goes through a metal detector at an airport. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for chatting. And we will do this again. And yeah, I will do a community chat thing, as Jolie was saying. I'll just bung up the webcam and sit and chat on my laptop, because that's always fun to do and doesn't leave me with a funny looking head when I take this thing off, because I'm going to look weird now. Oh, I've got my chair rolled right up to my bed. I can't move. Right. Thank you all. Going now. I don't know if the chat continues once I've left, but where's the button? That's the wrong button. Let me leave. There we go.